Skywalk live stream, and when I was off screen, I did some stuff. I marked where I wanted to put these biomes. That's gonna be that's the jungle. Obviously, that will be the ocean. That is the base. That is the underground town. That's where I'm putting the snow, the mushroom, the dungeon. And that's probably where I'm going to put the hollow. So we got the other ocean. It's going to be the normal. I wanted to make sure I didn't face the eye off screen, so that's why my life is still at 180. No, we can't activate that. We can now. Since this is a small world, they're gonna like spawn quickly. Where's my bug net? Of course, where that is. Oh, here they come. Oh, let's give these idiots a run for the money. Reason why I want to spawn them is so that the goblin tanker can actually spawn. That's why I have that underground base. Because he likes the underground. Problem is, the demolitionists, I don't place them near the demolitionists. There's a reason why for that. Normally I don't do the goblin invasion before the eye, but we're doing it now. Yeah, get those the fireflies out of my hotbar. Look, all the doors are open. And I didn't do that, but at least they can't break the doors when they're open. I want to get in that honey. Yeah, yeah, I want to start that off screen too. Once I get the bottomless honey basket, bucket, not basket, that'll be faster. Now that these jokers, I don't want these spiky balls in my inventory out of inventory. I did get a harpoon. Which I'm probably I'm going to place it in the chest for now, just because I want to clear out this inventory. I'll be clearing out this inventory when yeah, of course, I'll be tinkering with all these informational accessories that'll go to this cell phone. That's the way I'm going to craft the stuff. Make 64 of those. Trying to drop down to the bottom. And I forgot to tell you, I'd had the slime rain spawn off screen, offline anyway. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Unfortunately, I don't have any minions. I don't even have the finch staff. No, I didn't expect to have the slime staff. Where do you get the finch staff when it cannot actually generate Skyblock? If you get the living wood one, you can throw that right in the shimmer. And now for the Goblin Tinker's home. It should be away from those two. Four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That should be far enough away. I know those things got me anyway, but what does it matter? Now we have a town, but there's only the demolitionist and the slime. That's not enough to stop the monsters from spawning, but at least these gem creators can actually spawn. And this is you right here, the goblin tinkerer. And that's gonna make that place safe. Let's... Yep, he's far enough away from the demolitionist. That grappling hook I don't need to buy. I don't need the tool belt right now either. It's a spiked GPS. I'll put the mana regeneration in there. And now we combine something else. It is these climbing claws. That has a modifier, so I can put that in there. And now for the boots. And this is what I wanted off screen, the magic mirror. That's really what I wanted. Yeah, now that's worth buying now. I'll place that on top of the homes. Now I can reforge stuff. Yeah, that chime means you've got the best modifier on thing. that. I'm gonna just leave that stuff alone for now. Yeah, we're going with light because we don't use that pickaxe for combat anyways. No sense having it on legendary. Now that costs practically nothing to reforge. I might as well take that legendary. Don't need to reforge that. The same with that thing right there. That can only go to demonic, so this is best there. That's pretty much it for now. We're not going to do any more with them. Let's go on with our adventure. The eye, we're gonna have to wait for it to spawn. There's no way getting around that. I might as well do other stuff in the process. That whole line of granite will be something else soon. Another acorn slingshot. That's a new item. And now let's go back onto our rolling skates and go farther west. Caught in jungle. Unfortunately, we don't have the jungle built, so we can't really do that. Easy. Okay, okay. deal. Just getting rid of these slimes. It looks like the angle is done for. Still not quite able to buy that yet, but I'll begin there. This thing is going over here. Now we're back upside. Oh, more acorns. Oh, okay, we got one of the ones. I'm gonna try to throw that in the shimmer. If it doesn't do anything, I can just jump in the thing and just grab it. Use the magic mirror so I don't end up in underworld. And we'll be going. That one doesn't do anything. And therefore, we're gonna stash the leaf one because we're not really gonna use that thing. And of course, we got the Lantern Knight because we just beat the Goblin army. Every time we defeat a boss or an invasion, that happens. In the end game, that can randomly spawn. And we can create mud, just we need to go to the ocean, that's the only place for the water. Wait a minute, I could actually do that at the sink, because I made a tank. But since I'm close to the ocean, Okay, let's get out of that water. Okay, as for those trees, already checked them. Once it gets daytime, we can check them again. Cause you can only shake those like once per Terraria day. While we're making the mana crystal and I am at max mana, there's a reason for that. And we're going back to where that shimmer is, just so I can show you. Any case anybody asks to join, not doing it for this episode, maybe like next episode or something. Arcane Crystal is a consumable. It permanently increases mana regeneration, and we're gonna use it. And we're just getting that mud ready so we can actually make the jungle. Yeah, I made that with a box. The problem with doing this at night is you get all these zombie spawns. The mud itself does not spawn anything special. It can actually grow blink root just like dirt. If it doesn't have grass, it can grow the blink roots. And that's not important to me right now. What's important is to get grass eventually. And of course, having these platforms, it does platforms do not protect against those demon eyes below it, so we're still gonna have to deal with them. The reason why I have 339 blocks, I want to make it that long, is so I can have two campfires that can cover that area. Of course, when we have the town nearby, monsters don't really spawn. If it's a blood moon solar eclipse, they can, but normally that's not the case. An expert, they can, but we're not playing, we're playing classic. If I was playing expert, I already killed the big slime, so that accessory, the slimes don't attack. Again, we can't get that. Well, hi. Oh, 7 VR forever. Hi. Oh, my day is going good. Obviously, it'd be faster if I wasn't replacing these platforms, but I had to have these platforms to get around the world. Because we only have the 2 floating islands, since that is it. There's no other land. And I'm near one of these floating islands. That one has the shimmer on it. And as we know, that's one of the ways to get blocks in this world. Yeah, it is a skyblock. Nothing else spawns. Not the caverns, not anything underground. You have to make your own blocks to get around. And yet, that applies to the underworld as well. Also, the normal floating islands don't generate either. So, we're gonna have to make a fishing spot up there just to get the items we would normally get from those chests. One of them is the wings, one of them is that balloon, one of them is a sword, the other, I think, is the celestial magnet. I like to have less of these actually drop down, but that's fine. I can at least farm these cloud blocks anyway. And yeah, this also with that slimes, sometimes they have bonus drops. They drop the ore, that's how you get the ore. And some of the other items also you can get ore. Some of the potions require ore, but if you decraft them in the shimmer, you can get their ingredients. They already been dealt with. And no, I still haven't dealt with I. And that's the problem I have. I decided to do a small world. It's already at the ocean. But I'm not really putting a fishing spot over here, so that's not that big of a deal. About the goblin army, all we have to do is just kill all the goblins. You don't even need to survive, really. Yeah, I have my PSN, but we're not doing the multiplayer right now, though. I said I'll do that in the future, though. Yeah, that's cool. Mainly what I would like to help on is the actual base itself. I just used to make the basic box houses. Just the bare minimum. Okay, yeah, I know how to do that thing. I'll just grab one of the buckets already made. And we can... I don't have a way to teleport over there. I'm just gonna have to go it by myself. I wouldn't be able to join on my PSN either because... So, now you don't have the thing, wouldn't be able to join anyway. And yes, if you're wondering, I have my PS Plus. Yeah, I do have that. And yes, this slime rain I had when I was off screen, but at least we'll be able to see the King Slime fight. You play mobile? I don't play mobile on anything. You play mobile controller, so I don't know what it classifies as at this point. Oh, yeah, in case you're wondering, King Slime can also randomly spawn on the outer edges of the world. As long as you're above ground, he does not spawn underground normally. And yes, this song is new. Before then, it used to be the same music that plays many other bosses. Either World's music has changed as well, and also the Skeletron. Whereas before, these bosses played the same boss music, the same as the Eye. And also Skeletron Prime had the same song as well. Skeletron Prime would be this mechanized version of the pre-hard mode Skeletron. That also changed. It used to be the same music that played during Golem's fight. Bosses that already had their own music did not change. Bosses like Plant Terror, Duke Fishron, of course the Moon Lord has his own music. Also the Queen Bee's music has changed as well. You've never been normal, but you have expert, yeah. I don't I don't normally play on the harder difficulties. Sometimes I do. Typically, if I'm playing on expert, it's usually just to get this stuff. I don't I don't typically play just for the sake of challenge. Man, those trees didn't really give me anything I wanted, so... The only time he's played multiplayer is when I played a server of like 7 other people in normal mode hardcore, and 3 people died the first day. Make those back in clouds just as so I don't have another slot on the inventory taken up. So these will actually make the eye, but I can't make the eye because I need either the altar to do it, and the eye itself drops it on Skyblock. I actually never used the bucket I was going to use. And I lost track of myself. Plus we had that King Slime fight. So, there's that. I have to wait for this eye to randomly spawn, because I can't really summon it without that crafting station. And the eye drops that same crafting station that I need. And now that I got this water bucket, why do I still have the roller skates on? You know what? I don't want those zombies trying to get me, so make this stuff right here. Yeah, this is how you duplicate liquids when you don't have any of the bottomless buckets. I really don't like using this though, it's so slow. That's why I want to do the Angler's Quest. Because it's guaranteed at 25. I'm definitely going to want to make a bed so I can fast forward time, because that's going to take a while. Yeah, Angler. That I'm going to do mostly off camera. Just because it's so tedious to do. Finish the expert mode, so you can finish the bestiary and the angler stuff. And I need sand so the ocean stuff actually spawns. I believe the angler he's probably at the underworld, no, underground, not the underworld. Wow, he's not even down there. bad. You got the comedy mod on the phone, but every time you try to summon a boss, it crashes. Yeah, that is a bummer. Oh, well, I got something to do. Okay, then that didn't take very long. I just had to get dinner to go. Yeah, very quick. It's not morning yet. I cannot take those trees out. I already did it with this Terraria day. It's like only like 1 minute in real life time, because an hour in Terraria is one real life time. Minutes. Not real life time. And everybody's bound to screw up the commentary sometimes. And I did there. Problem is, it's a live stream and I cannot do another take of it. On a normal video, I would just redo the take. Can't get up here now, slimes, can you? Neither can the zombies. You're currently teaching your brother to play Terraria, and it's been really hard for him to understand. And you got any tips? The only thing, key. Yeah, when I played Terraria the first time, lack of understanding of what to do. The game's just like that. And that's one of the reasons why I don't recommend doing most of the secret seeds on your first playthrough. Just if you normally would be buying a secret seed, you at least would have an understanding what to do. The only thing he does is go to corruption and fight Skeleton with 2 defense. Yeah, I would never fight Skeleton with something like a wooden sword. You're never gonna kill that thing in time. The nights last like 9 minutes in real lifetime, and I doubt anybody can, like, most people wouldn't be able to do that within 9 minutes with a wooden sword, and especially not with a copper short sword. So normally I would replace that thing as soon as possible. And I don't really make any of the short swords either to even fight with those things. I just go with the broadsword. Yeah, they're fast, but they have no range at all. And none of those actually got buffed during the 1.4.4 update, which changed a lot of the melee weapons. Those melee weapons before them, they were great in the end game, but when you're going through the game, you don't really get many of the good swords till very late in the game. You've done Skeleton the one time with 5 defense, and the first weapon stealing, not mini sharp because my brother forced you to fight. Yeah, this is why I started this duping off screen. Is once you get the bottomless water bucket, it's so much faster. And you don't have to, like, carry around one bucket either. The Knight's Edge in pre-hard mode is almost totally broken. I don't even make the ore swords in hard mode just because the Knight's Edge is so good. And even the volcano is, I'd say, is better than those hard mode cobalt swords. I never craft the ore swords in the hard mode ore swords. Even among the other swords you can get hard mode, those are better than any of the ore swords. You get the cutlass from the pirate fight, that is better than any of the. You don't even need to make the imMinutemanMatt I use Knight's Edge right up till I get the Excalibur. Worst thing when you get hard mode is, yeah, once you in hard mode, those bosses can spawn without little warning. But the way to avoid those is just stay underground. They cannot spawn if you're underground. Similar like the eye randomly spawns, but the eye cannot spawn naturally unless you have 200 health, and that is good. The true knights for the Terrablade later. Yeah, because those are required for the Terrablade. And the Terrablade itself is required for the Zenith. And if you throw the Zenith in the Shimmer, you get a new weapon. That also means you can't get like a free reforge per se for the Zenith. But that's not really a big deal. There's so many ways to get money in Terraria and endgame anyway. Okay, I might as well stop doing that now, because there should be enough water to get ocean fish now anyway. So I'm pretty sure that's way more than 1,000 blocks that is required. Continent desert. I don't even have a desert in the world, so can't really do that. Because that's the thing in Skyblock, you have to make your own desert, and that is actually like 1,500 sand blocks even have that, which is a ton of sand when you don't got any blocks even mine. So that is very unfortunate. And yeah, in Skyblock, you actually start with this solidifier, because it's one of the few ways you can get blocks that early. Normally this thing requires beating King Slime. But we have this thing for a reason. That is my sword. Root, Copperwood, Tungsten, Blood Butcher, Night Edge, 2 Night Edge, Terrorblade, Pumpkin, Horseman, Flying Dragon. And I know that pumpkin sword hits like a freight train. You can't get those pumpkins from defeating statue spawn monsters more, but I never use that trick ever. Yeah, I knew about it, but I never found time to use that trick. Okay, when I need the bed, I have these. Uh, I can just craft straight from those chests. I think it's like 20 to make a bed. I don't know if I can make a slime bed, if that's even an option. I can make the sofa. Of course I can make a slime bed. Pretty much every furniture set has a bed. You remember the first time you lost against Empress Light? I knew it would change everything to melee to a maximized range set. 1,120, 2,948 increases in the damage. And of course I need to make. I don't need to make the. I can just make the bed, because that's not going to any NPCs anyway. I don't want this to really be slime stuff forever. Oh, don't mind me, I'm not eating my dinner. Could have done more with stronger bullets, but I can aim for anything, so chlorophyte it is. I don't typically use the chlorophyte bullets. If you're really good at aiming, you don't really need those. But it is good for accuracy, just so you can't really mess with those things. I personally prefer the Ichor bullets myself. Plus the chlorophyte bullets, it's only as strong as the silver bullets. It's great for stuff like shotguns though, because those shoot multiple projectiles. You need aim training, but after killing Mood Lord, I don't need them just because the new bullets do like 2.5 more. Of course, everything is easy once you get that Zenith is it's because that thing was built that way. It it requires like most other swords, so that's understandable. You've pretty much done everything the game has to offer at that point. Zenith does not require stuff like the Dragon Blade or the Christmas Tree sword, but that's still pretty much almost everything in the game. Okay, that's what the bed does. It fast forwards time like 5 times normal rate. Only sad thing is when you finish and notice that there's nothing to do, so you do something new and all the old pain is in the past. Beds are like the sun clock, but way slower, but the sundials and stuff, you can only activate those once every moon cycle. Actually, it's not even that. It's only like 7 days. The moon cycle is 8 days. But that's pretty much almost the whole moon cycle. That I can actually do if I had the patience to make another pool of water. I'm gonna make this like 15 by 20. The cell matches 300 and needed for the maximum fishing power. Yeah, 5% bosses, 7% building, 10% mining, 78% grinding. Yeah, I know. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Oh, the painter's looking for a house. I'll just count this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This would be easier with the like mechanical rule. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. I'm excited for Terraria's new next update, because that means I can play with you on the phone, which is cool. Yeah, I'm gonna go grab the hammer for a second and yeah, I had to wait it for the rain to get the water. Because obviously it's Skyblock. And also with this pool, I'm close to the town, so there's not much that's gonna even bother me. Unless a blood wound happens or something, but otherwise, nothing's gonna bother me. And I'm gonna make a safe spot for most of the biomes for the fishing. Just because I don't have monsters trying to eat me when I'm fishing. The angler set does have an effect where less enemies spawn when you're wearing it. Yeah. At least if you do 25 quests the angler, you'll be able to have that bottomless water bucket. 30 for the golden fishing rod. The golden fishing rod isn't as essential, but it helps with the fishing. Yeah, I wish I had a faster method before that. Yes. But of course, if it's raining, I can just drop a bunch of buckets and let that fill. In lava fishing, I'd first have to make a lava pool. Even then, don't have the capability of fishing in lava because you need the bait. The angler can drop the golden bug net, which can catch the underworld critters, but normally you have to make the lava-proof net. The first time you've played, I remember like midway through hard mode, and one of my friends was like trying to get bait, and they got 7 bait power. He was gone in 7 seconds. Yeah, in case you're wondering, it's one of the bait that has like 3 6s for the bait power, and that's an item to summon the Duke Fishron. Yeah, Fishron. Had no clue what that thing was. And if I actually watch someone like do this, and this takes forever. Especially for that ocean I was trying to fill. Because it isn't enough to have like 300 blocks of water, you need like 1,000 to get the ocean fishes to spawn to catch. Expert light daytime before lunar cultists on expert don't do that. I would not be. I'm not even crazy to even attempt that. I would. I would try after getting any of the endgame stuff. And of course, it's always the Zenith. If you still can't be there before then. "24 hours, and I got it first attempt after a break." Well, I got a wooden crate. He wants that fish, though. It's a coincidence I'm at the center of the world, like horizontally. Yeah, they made fishing better. Plus, if you don't get what you want from the like angler, it's always a shimmer. That's in case you want one of those items like you got the tackle bait but want the other stuff, you can throw that in the shimmer. You got stuff for the finish finder, one you got wasn't exactly what you wanted, you can throw that in shimmer. And eventually you get all that stuff. Well, I got what the angler wanted, so yeah, it's like every 5 quests up until 30, it's guaranteed to be a certain item. I totally pressed the wrong button. I thought that was L1, that was R1. And that's not really the default controls, that's the way I set it up. Stinkfish is mostly useless. Spectral fish can be called potions, but I never craft recall potions. You can get those from drops. And even if in an emergency, you only really need like 1. I don't usually recall potions after I get the magic mirror. But in hardcore mode, if you're about to die, you'd really like that safety blanket. This magic mirror is much slower than the call potion. This thing takes like a second to actually use. The default controller setting for the rappels clicked so much, man. So I changed it. For most games I use the default controls, but not for this one. Yeah, Magic Mirror, definitely want to have that. The recall potion, however, that can actually make the potion return, which I think that's a lot more useful. It does the same thing except you get the portal at the not where you use it, where you teleported to. You can teleport to that place back where you were. In the bash, you're gonna get all the time while fishing. This is the most common thing you get from fishing. Yeah, the potion return is so good for when you need to get something real quick. I'm not playing any style in particular, but if I'm not really using magic, there's not much of a point of carrying these lesser mana potions. The sonar potion detects the hookfish. Apprentice bait, its most common bait is 15 bait power. The master is 50. And once you got a bunch of masters, that's pretty much the only thing you'll be ever using. The exception is when you're trying to fish in lava and don't have the certain hook or the certain rod. That rod you cannot get in pre-hard mode. But there's other ways to go lava fishing in pre-hard mode. The first available is the lava bait. Once you get that lava-proof hook, you actually don't need those. But that's the thing, if you're using that along with the underworld bait, there's something secret that it does, and it just reduces the time for another fish to bite. I set my spawn point. My spawn point is just basically over here. I really do not need to do that, but at least I'll be spawning here if something happens. Safe inside. I so want the darn eye. if the eye does not spawn, I can't really advance in Skyblock. Well, technically you can skip the eye, but that's not recommended. The ores that the eye spawns normally can actually spawn elsewhere. It's just because you don't get a lot of it on the ground. The eye's like the best way to do it at that time. But the evil bosses drop even more of those ores. Plus those drop the tissue samples and whatnot, and those can make the next pickaxe. I always recommend always for expert and master for the shield of Cthulhu, yeah. And the Eye of Cthulhu does like the same thing your Cobalt shield does, except it's better, and you usually get that earlier. But that shield, you can't make the Obsidian shield with it. So there's still a point in the Cobalt shield. Oh, yeah, otherwise, you can also get the Obsidian Skull, which does the same thing. You don't actually need the Cobalt shield if you have that shield. The Cobalt shield is... you have to have that to make the Yonk shield. Yonk shield is one of those items that require a lot of different other items. What do you have for me this time, Angler? Sorry, no can do for the jungle. I don't even have that thing jungle planted yet. But first I want to make some houses over there, just so I... like I'm not going to get overwhelmed with my equipment, but better safe than sorry. I definitely want the eye to spawn just so I can get craft stuff. Yeah, it'd be house. Oh, the traveler merchant has arrived. He has this thing, which is actually real good. I don't have the 17 gold for that, so I can't really buy that. Okay, that means I'm gonna do some combat. The mob farm. I don't typically do many of those. I just use a straight line of blocks. I definitely know how to make a mob farm. If I'm like sitting around like eating stuff, I can just wait for them to going to lava and stuff. That's, yeah, that's a good idea, though. And these things they don't normally spawn in pre-hard mode, but they kind of have to in the Skyblock world. Another world that they spawn in hard mode is, not pre-hard mode, is the remix world. And of course the Zenith world, because Zenith world pretty much has everything except for the Skyblock. Yes, I can actually set it to like all the worlds, including Skyblock. Although that just actually just a Skyblock slot, but with the other worlds thrown in. Yeah, Zenith world is crazy. One of the two worlds can have legendary mode on. The other is, of course, for the worthy. But I tried playing for the worthy and the Skywalk together. I tried finding for that Shimmer Island, it didn't even show up. I was like, what's the point? But I've seen someone set all the secret seeds, including the for the worthy, and it still spawns in that case, just down in the underworld. And when if you're starting a world that you're starting on Skyblock and Remix, you start in the underworld. Unfortunately, you get those flesh blocks, and those can spawn the corrupted enemies. Normal mode for new and casual players, expert if you want to test your skill. Master if you're too cocky about after being an expert or just a pro. Legendary is torture yourself. Yeah, I've watched someone play Legendary. It was a Japanese person that played it. I don't know much about Japanese, so I can't really help you there. I do know a little bit, but not a lot. Like, I'm able to count in Japanese, just because I did do that in my karate class. Oh, yeah, and that's also something I want to actually understand for myself. The problem is, I don't know which letters of the katakana and stuff correspond to. Get that skeleton right out of my town. Don't want to deal with that thing. And yep, I can buy this Great Separator now. And I'm gonna use it for a little bit. Of course, the thing's rather pricey, but this thing is actually quite powerful. It's a weird weapon, though. It does all this weird stuff. And you can actually get it to not consume mana, just because a certain armor set does that. That's the one you build with Meteor. That normally you would use a space gun with. But since this is a similar weapon to the space gun, it also applies to this thing. Yeah, that slow projectile is devastating if it hits anything. Okay, I'm gonna fast forward time again. Yeah, sleepy sleep. I'm just gonna eat my dinner right here. The eye itself is ultimately the goal for this stream. After I fight it, I'm probably gonna just end the stream and do stuff off screen like the fishing. So no one wants to watch that. Plus, I already showed the fishing anyway. You shoot, I forgot to eat today. You reminded me. Laugh out loud. I'm sure you don't want to listen to me eat, so I'm gonna unplug the microphone for now. Okay. Yeah, I'll have this thing off. Uh, yep, I'm gonna buy the bricklayer. I could actually buy multiple of these if I wanted to do like all items thing, but that's not a priority right now. Yep, I got 3 of the stuff required for the Architect Gizmo pack. You know what? Why don't I buy another one just for the sake of it? I can just get the money back anyway. Obviously not from him, but any of the 1,000 horses in the game. I'm just making sure I have the required defense for it to have random spawns. Yet the Traveler Merchant is gone. And still another night has passed. I really don't want to fight this thing off screen, off camera. That's why I have the music. Don't even have the music off. It's just a waiting game. There's just no other way to summon the eye. This is Skyblock, and most of the world does not spawn. You just get these two items, these islands. One has the shimmer on it. I might as well collect these stars before they disappear. Another jungle surface. I cannot do that right now. I'm gonna fast forward time. If the travel merchant shows up, I can wake up and check his inventory. If this was in a live stream, I actually would either fast forward this or cut this kind of part out. But I don't have any way to do that. Okay, you're back. Well, pretty much not much has happened. I just bought some stuff from the traveling merchant. That's pretty much it. Traveling merchant cannot spawn now because it's too late. He can only spawn 4:30 a.m. till noontime. Similar to what the slime rain is like now. That slime rain used to spawn at any time, but that's only in the morning since 1.4.4. Okay, while I'm at it, at least I can just do this. If one of these would drop me the living wood one, not the leaf one, because that does not make the finch staff. Yeah, more asleep. The eye still hasn't spawned yet. Unlucky, it's a 1.10% it spawns whenever I don't want it every single time. Let's check the old Angler's Quest. Now that I might be able to do. That is simply just fish and honey. Honey bucket's not in that chest though. The honey, you only need 200 blocks for the full fishing power. And it's something I can build anywhere. And even the travel merchant has arrived. You've got the materials to make the eye, but you don't have an altar. How are you supposed to even get it? The thing can randomly spawn. If you have not beat the eye in the world, it can randomly spawn, as long as you need to make the conditions for it. All that stuff I have is either what I have, or I don't want it, like the vanity items. He only sells you the overpriced vanity items. Yeah, stuff you don't even ever need. I don't care about vanity items. I just want to use what's functional. I'm gonna make this a 10 by 20. Technically, yeah, it'd be 11 by 22. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Why would I waste 15 gold on vanity when I can save it for mini shark PR mode? Exactly. Yeah, honey's even slower than the water is. So expect to take this some time. Now they can't even get me. Take that, slimes. I spent at least 8.9 of your money on forging the goblin tinkerer. That's what most players will spend most of that money on. It is so random. Then before the new update, you would misclick past Unreal, anything like that. That's so very nice. Once you get the best modifier, you have that delay before you can reforge it again. Real nice. It's only a problem now if you want like light modifier on like a tool or something. A tool you wouldn't be using for combat anyway. New update, you got the money, you can spam it till it stops you for a second. Shard glut, so now I have to go give the tanker extra money he deserves. Yeah. Imagine if you did that one extra seed that starting hard mode. Hard mode with nothing nothing have. Yeah, I got too impatient there. Hey, name it too easy. Well, that can be useful if you want to make a new world, but you don't want to go through the pre-hard mode again. Like if you want a world, you can have chlorophyte. A separate world, you want to have the chlorophyte farm in, but you don't want to have to go down and fight the wall of flesh. That can be useful. That's actually smart, though. Yeah. I was hoping I'd get a bite there. I don't know. Guess my fishing penalty is too high right now. Just too small. If I'm lucky, I can get a bottomless honey bucket. I don't have to do this ever again. Waiting for that guy voodoo doll when you're stacked in trying to fight a hard mode boss in a new server is so annoying. Endless bucket is a fisherman's dream, definitely. Yeah, the travel merchant is despawned, which means it's close to nighttime. '72 message. Wow. Food for you having nothing to do with. Yeah. Oh, still no eye. Well, I already faced the one boss that was King Slime. That does not get the Dryad to spawn. The Eye is not the only boss you can fight to get the Dryad to spawn. You can technically fight like the Eater of Worlds, and they'll still get the Dryad to spawn. The Eye, either the evil bosses and Skeletron are any of the requirements to spawn the Dryad. The powder she sells is not really super useful in a Skyblock world, but it's still useful in case you didn't want the corruption where you placed it. You want to convert it back to normal. That's basically halfway. And all that time I spent. Because the honey is so slow. At least that requires only 200 watts for the full fishing power. Fortunately, those zombies cannot get me. Even if they jump down to the honey, they cannot jump high enough to even get me. The eye is in here. That's only because I jumped down there. Oh, still anything it can bite. Yeah, you're gonna pay trying to hurt me. Yeah, that is not gonna happen. And this isn't even what I wanted the honey in the first place. But since I had whole thing of honey over here, might as well have done it here. I don't know if I'm gonna get that bumblebee tuner in time. Yeah. Sorry, can't get me, zombie. Honey Fin. Not what I needed, but it's a healing item. I don't want that ring cloud in my inventory. That was a waste. I don't have a snow biome, so I can't even do that. In it's daytime, I can't buy ice bombs to freeze the water. Which is not a new item in 1.4.5. Oh, that's windy day music. Well, since I have this, I might as well do this. The honey. At least to fill up that space up down there. How the wind stop? Wow. Yeah, so much honey. what I thought. I was just looking for the traveling merchant. He did not spawn. There's only two places where I can spawn at the moment. It's either down in the caverns or on the floating island. I want to be 100% sure I filled that space up. If I see any overflow, I pretty much know that I have enough blocks of honey. I think that's the whole 200 blocks, but I'm not too sure. Another night, don't even see that message that I'm getting watched. Yep, that's a sign that I pretty much got all the blocks. No, I don't want the honey going down there. That's gonna probably displace torches. I don't want that. Well, I'll deal with that later. What's important if I got that whole hole filled? Yeah, more fast forwarding time. Yeah, it's done. Finally. I'll just go check on that honey situation. Make sure it didn't break any torches. If that was lava, it'd be even worse, as that destroys the torches. That harms the NPCs down there as well. Ah, that honey didn't cause any problems. It's just gonna fall straight down there. Honey doesn't disappear in the underworld, but there's still that void that'll automatically delete the honey. Because there ain't any box there. Oh, apprentice bait. What else did he give me? I believe that is number 3 on the quest. Now, I'm just gonna go way over there. Desert, jungle. That'll be the Crimson, because I have a Crimson world. The angler gave me a fishing potion for the quest. That's what the desert's gonna be. Just more acorns, great. Oh, the painter has arrived, but he's looking for a home. Well, since I'm gonna build the jungle town here, it's a good time. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, I don't care if that mud block goes to the void. It's not like I can get more anyway. This is not going to stay this wood, by the way. They'll change the rich mahogany. I don't need that. I don't need that jungle writing anymore, so I know what's gonna be. It is now anyway. It's only in the way anyway. None of the people that like to live in the jungle, they don't dislike each other, so I'm gonna just place whole building. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Huh? No, it's Jung now. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Well, I forgot to craft the chairs and stuff. I'm not concerned about that, though. He's all going to be changed anyway. Okay, that middle room is actually too small. Not a hard fix at all. I kind of miscounted there. Well, I lost that mud block. That is completely fine, though. Not concerned about it. Bandit the cat. Well, I gotta bandit the cat. Yeah, I made that jungle and other stuff off screen. At least the block tax. 3 hours. Yeah, I was hoping I'd actually get the eye earlier. That's all the grass I have. Don't worry, it'll grow anyway. I don't need regular grass seeds. I'm gonna throw that right in the trash. The other biomes, I'm not a really high priority right now, so I'm not gonna make those right now. All I need for the jungle is mud grass and jungle grass, not mud grass, jungle grass and mud. For the snow biome, I have to wait till night for the demolitionists to sell the freeze bombs so I can freeze the water over here. And for the sand, I need a bunch of magic mirrors to make throw that in the shimmer. That makes glass, gold ingots, and diamonds. The glass can be thrown back in the shimmer for sand, and it's 2 sand for 1 glass. Come out, I know you want me. Come and get it. Eventually, we're gonna want to the jungle underground so I can fight the queen bee. I don't want to fight the queen bee up on the surface just because of the enrage mechanic.
And Queen Bee is actually the only boss I can summon that does not require the altar. Sky Lakes. Guess I could make that. Problem is, I'm gonna have to deal with the harpies. And this is how I get up into space. I just place a bunch of these ropes. Now here's where the problem lies. They're gonna try to knock me off the rope. The only way I can get a knockback anything right now is actually to make a marble biome so I can actually fight the gladiators. Those can drop a gladiator armor. And I'm gonna have to wait. It's not necessarily the damage they deal, it's the fact they're gonna knock you off the rope. Those don't need to be placed the whole time. Yeah, that's only temporary. Yep, you see those gravestones, that means I actually died. And actually dying gets you the gravestones, which is important for the making a graveyard. That's a new item, Stress Ball. Equipable. Continuously use some items when not moving. I could also place a granite for good measure that will spawn different enemies. that's not an item drop. Now, even with blood and gore off, those things will be still dropped there. That's because they're skeletons and not actual living things. They have no flesh or anything, so you're still gonna get that mass of bones. Well, this thing is really weird. That thing just got completely knocked back by one of its effects. that laser just flew right backwards. I'm gonna do something with those javelins. Yeah, throw them right back at them. There, I got a Gradier plus chest plate. Yeah, just using him to clear inventory. Got the breastplate and the leggings. Now it's just a helmet. really don't want to have this guy around because less things spawn if he's around. That's another 200 health. 20, not 200. Now it's up to 320. Look at that gladiator helmet that is buried in stuff. You have a lot of endurance to stream in this amount of time. Look, I couldn't last 2 hours. This thing drops pizza, of course the javelins, the gladiator helmet and stuff, the gladius, the stress ball, and the hook. Typically, I don't necessarily like to stream for more than 2 hours at a time. That at least gives me knockback resistance.
Of course, I got that clumsy slime that was to spawn. Looks like the clumsy slime is back. The one I just got off that balloon. One of those harpies dropped the chicken nugget. Go away. I don't want you here. Well, there's no sense going after that kind of fish, because it's already night and the spawn rate is higher at night, so that's not gonna do it. Especially when they're doing like 15 to 20 damage per feather. That hits me.
Yes, that one is called surface and underground. I don't know if the ocean actually counts, but I'll try that. It's only placed on the either on the surface or the underground level that I can fish. That one I have near the underground town, that is too far down. That's a red snapper. That's a crate. That's a shrimp. So that one's a tuna. Sawtooth shark? Well, definitely can use that. Yeah, they don't like it when I fish. Yeah, not even giving me the right fish anyway. I'm just gonna do this. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. One, 2. I want cloud, not stone. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. I can't find the hammer. Yeah, I couldn't phone the hammer. Anyway, it is favorited. Since the water at the ocean's not giving me anything, I'm just gonna do it near the base. Oh, now I got the right fish. Looks like I got Great Potion and a Seaweed Planter. I believe that is 4 quests. Next one gives me an automatic item. Well, I can do that angler. It's right here. Yeah, those fish particles down there are new. Well, he likes the uh, demolitionist. Well, I got 4. Then he gave me a vanity set, which not what I needed. The first 5 actually gives you, I think it's something to do with a bunny. I think it's that bunny mount. Yeah, just what I thought. Couldn't pass you up, Pinky. Not right now. I can buy that anytime. That's all. I just wanted that crate. I don't care about the other stuff. You know what else I have not gotten this whole entire video? It is the Blood Moon. Other than I not showing up, we're not even getting Blood Moons. Yep, when I say that, like, both actually occur. Yeah, must be unlucky. Since I did get a blood moon off camera. Okay, I'll wait one more night, but if that does not happen before this night, I'm just gonna do something. I'm almost up to 4 hours on this thing. Normally it's 24 minutes per day cycle, but sleeping in this bed that is sped up 5 times, which means a little less than 5 minutes. Sky lakes and surface. Good thing I already built the one on the surface. Now, because the harpies just completely interfered with what I was trying to do up there, I'm not going to build one up there. Nice, a frog leg. That, I believe, jump increases the jump power. It does. Jump speed and auto jump. Fall resistance, not quite as important. Plus, that frog leg can be turned into something else. Another iron crate. Zephyrfish. I guess that's a pet, not really important. Fuzzy carrot. That is guaranteed at 5 quests. And no, I'm not going to sell it just because you can't really get another one. That also applies to the Angler set. Although there's an upgrade to Angler set now, all it really does is increase defense. It doesn't improve the fishing further. Same with the mining gear. That only increases the defense, but at least in that situation, you're dealing with stuff, more stuff attacking, so that's more worthwhile. Of course, stuff in the background also goes 5 times faster. Well, that is not the eye, but that is a blood moon.
I almost need to craft another chest. Or I can use the piggy bank, because I don't have anything in it other than money. Now I gotta bloody tear this early, which means this thing can summon the blood moon anytime you want it to. Yeah, I'm gonna face one of those fishing enemies from the blood moon. Yeah, might as well get some sleep. Now, did that wandering eye fish drop anything? It doesn't appear so. Chum bucket and a blood rain bow. What would be nice right now? Those things actually drop a summon weapon. A thing I actually also wanted. Well, how have I not even picked that stuff yet from that King Slime fight? I might as well sell that. I don't even have room.
Oh. That's not important right now. I want that vampire frog staff. Yeah, I just really confused that as an enemy. I'm tired of getting harassed by monsters. They're gonna pay for that now. And not in cash either. That one I cannot do. Just because I don't have any underground snow biome. Or what is called an ice biome. Ancient iron helmet is junk. I don't want it. And I got what I wanted, a fabled vampire frog staff. Yeah, 7 BR forever, you're gonna miss if I full fight. But you could always watch the
stream after it's gone live.